Hey, 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 guys. Guess what? Back here in the shop. It's what, Friday? Yeah, almost unusual anymore. Alrighty. So, we're going to be working on our 2x6 today while I'm waiting on parts for the 48 pill and a couple other things. So, we're going to come back, revisit this, and get some more done on it so we can get tuned and ready this weekend. So hopefully everybody's had a great Thanksgiving that we've had here just in the last 24 hours. All right, so let me get some stuff turned on here. Some of this stuff out of the way. All right, so it's been crazy. Well, hello, Mr. Three Maid. What's going on, buddy? All right, so like I said, we're coming back and we're revisiting this amplifier. Just like some of the other people, I mean, you can only stock so much at one time before you run out and have to restock. One of the things that we're going to do on this, we'll get into it here just a little bit. Get that down. All right, so there's actually not anything wrong with these other than the fact that we're changing some placement. The reason why is because of the fact that we're actually going to add a biasing circuit into that. So because of that, I went ahead and pulled this out, which are probably what, maybe 4.5 inches, and they're basically it's going to be almost double the length. And the reason for that, like I said, is we've made a few little changes. We've moved a few things around so that I can go ahead and add room for the biasing network that we're going to create. So that's what we're going to get started on, is our biasing. So how have you been doing, Three? It's been a while, buddy. I was actually thinking about giving you a call yesterday, and by the time I got through with family and everything else, I thought, well, you're probably tired of all of what's been going on as well. So, alrighty. Anyhow, soldering iron on. I don't think I'm gonna need my big one just yet, but went ahead and pulled the input tune off and the original tank circuit for the input, or I still refer to this as a tank circuit. It's actually an LC network since it's in the type of amplifier that's at. Looking after Mama. Well, hopefully Mama's doing pretty good and she had a good turkey day. But anyhow, so what I did was I went ahead and basically remade this. Like I said, there's nothing actually wrong with it other than the fact that it kind of looks a little old and decrepit, which just has to do with the oxidation. Again, where I'm making some changes on the inside, went ahead and just made a new one for the input as well. Now this one, I've actually got it marked and I've actually got it tuned, since I know that the input is very close already, even though we're going to have to make some modifications to it due to the fact that we're doing biasing the amplifier. So I know there's going to be some changes that will have to be made based in accordance. So, this right now is tuned to exactly the same as what this one is, which is in so many microhenries. Looks like me then. Yep. So, like I said, nothing wrong with it, but we're just changing this out. You're also going to notice a little difference on the spacing, and a lot of that, like I said, has to do with just the way it's wound in particular. So, we've got the same, inductance, which is that's the critical portion, is the inductance, not just the diameter, but the inductance as well. So, like I said, we've got this set off to the side. One of the things that I did do before I quit for the evening yesterday, going through and trying to manage everything and get things set up for this build. Like I said, I've got the 48 pill I'm waiting on transistors. It should be in next week for that. We're also going to go ahead and work on the 1000 amp power supply tomorrow and get that taken care of, so that it's one more thing out of the way. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and get some stuff going on here as far as what we're going to do for getting this thing set up. So I'm going to try something just a little different. I've seen some other people have good luck doing it this way. Used to, I always cut it. And I may just go back to my old original method too. I've had some people that have actually had really good luck doing it that way, and apparently I'm not one of them. So we'll do it the way I've always done it. Get the pocket knife out. It's one of those I'll just have to do it a little more often and then kind of go from there. All right. So let's see if that's what I want. Yep. So did Amy do any Christmas shopping or anything early since today's Black Friday? No. Yeah, I wasn't sure. There's a lot of people that do that, and as for me, I was white knuckled all day. The reason why I say that is I took my daughter and I let her have some fun today, so we went out on the road and practiced driving. You know, since she's now got her permit. It's one of those things that I never understood it whenever I was a teenager, as far as mom, being just absolutely frantic about, your kid driving for the first time and all that stuff. So, yeah, we had a pretty good time. We drove up to Columbus, which is almost an hour drive away, and she did pretty good. Some of these cables out of the way. Pecan pie. Oh man, those are good. Oh, yeah, I actually thought about it, and unfortunately, I didn't find out until literally, 6 o'clock yesterday. Was whenever I finally got a confirmation of whether or not I was going to be working today. Had I known for sure what was going to take place, and I would have had a for sure 4-day weekend. I was actually wanting to come down and visit you this weekend for Thanksgiving. I was actually just going to show up. Unfortunately, where I couldn't get a straight answer out of work, they actually canceled literally at the last second for Friday. So, yeah, just one of those things. But anyhow, just the way things go sometimes. I know it's been a while since me and you've, got up with each other and was able to hang out or anything. So, maybe coming up this spring, I'll try to schedule something where I can come up and spend some time with you and visit, and shoot the bull. Okay. You just might be. Uh, oh, I had that one enough. Yeah, I know, buddy. I know that you're not really in a position right now with, you know, the things that are going on with your family where you can just take off at a moment's notice. With me, it's work that I can't just take off at a moment's notice. I wish I could. Yeah, like I said, hopefully things will hit a little bit better. I know I've got some time that's coming up next spring that I'll be able to take off and go do some stuff. Because, like I said, I'd like to come down and visit and hang out with you for a few days. Maybe around April or May. Usually work kind of slows down to a dull roar as far as my regular job. Okay, so it's working out fine there. That dog would run me to death. I think she's still got too much pup in her. Trim this back just a tad bit more. Try to keep these as close to an exact length as we can. Now, one of the wonderful things about doing some of this, though, guys, is as long as you keep everything consensually the same on your input, you're fine. These lengths do not have to be exactly the same as they are on the output. So bear that in mind. However, in some cases it does make it easier, especially if you have more than just a 6-pill in this case to actually make. So, and then there's a couple, 2 or 3 different methods as far as on stripping this. I've done both, and it kind of depends. I mean, this method here that you just seen me use earlier, which is pre-tinning and then scoring the casing itself of what's already been soldered, is just one method. And you can do that and then give it a very light crimp. and oftentimes it'll just break nice and free, slide right off. Hey, good evening, John. I was actually looking for your phone number and I cannot find what I've done with it. I was actually going to give you a quick call before I started this, but good to see that you popped in. I just started, so you haven't missed hardly anything other than me talking to Early. So great to see that you popped in there. Now, I thought about doing one yesterday, but well, yesterday I figured with everybody that had everything that's going on, and then all of us trying to get over the I'm stuffed. But yeah, later on, John, if you get a chance, do me a favor. Just send me a quick message. That way I can save you in my phone. So I thought I already had you in there, but I guess I don't. At least not saved. So I apologize for that. I wanted to actually, like I said, give you a quick call before I started. But I've got several different things that are up and coming that I'm hoping to get to before the first of the year. One of which you're actually going to see on your 2x6 here, John. Once I get all done with it, there's going to be a little added bonus for you. I think you'll like it. Now, one of the things that you'll probably notice on this, I went ahead and took and did a really good cleaning on this. It's actually went through 3 different scrubbings, believe it or not, to get a lot of the oxidation and some of the just crud from where this has been used for quite a bit of time. So once this is all done and we get everything all finalized on it, I'm actually going to come back and give you a light clear coat over top of everything. That way it'll just keep things a little nicer. Plus, on your preventative maintenance, when you decide to take it apart and blow it out and just get the regular dust out of it, nothing's going to actually wind up sticking to it like it normally would. So that's one of the nice things. But like I said, we got it all cleaned up. In some cases, you can even see it's shiny. So I got the main things that I needed. Where I've got transistors ordered, I just ordered, geez, about 60 transistors, and then after I pay my bills at the first of the month and see what's left between bill money and shop money, and I got also figuring Christmas too. I'm probably going to try and order another 50 to 100 transistors. You're welcome, John, and thank you for the quick message. Like I said, I'll put you in my phone this go around so I don't have to worry about what I've done with your phone number. Ugh. I don't know. I think you put a message with the amplifier when you shipped it, is what I'm thinking. But I think I put it back in the box. So, and where it's at, I don't want to dig it out. Not until I get to that point. Okay. Yep. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've had so many group texts and everything else from work that it's just been, like I said, guys, it's been insane the last few days. There we go. Let's roll a little bit better here. Well, if you're talking to me, John, I'm doing good. Oh, 3. I didn't see the 3 in there for a second. But I'm still doing okay anyways. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad too. I really could use the extra couple of days. I should have spent, and I had it in mind, and I wound up, part of it's where I am on vampire hours still. I got up several hours early from my normal routine. I was hoping on getting back a little bit sooner because I was wanting to work on my antenna a little bit. Unfortunately, that didn't happen today. So hopefully the weather holds out one more day, because it won't take but an hour or two to get the little minor stuff done to the antenna that I want to get done. I don't know where that ant came from. Okay. Yes, I've already got the bolts changed in the tower. I just need to make some changes to the antenna as far as on the dimensions. Um, if I can do it, I'm hoping I can get the boy to go ahead and run to town real quick and get me a replacement pipe, because I want to actually get a little bit longer mast than what I've got up there right now. I've only got about a 5.5 foot. I want to go with an 8 so that it brings it up just a hair taller than the edge of the top of the tower. I think that'll help me out a lot as far as to make sure that I don't have any issues on the SWRs. That looks so much better. Okay. I'm going to remove this delay because that's all going to change. Okay. While I've got you on here, John, one of the things that I'm curious about, and it's up to you, I know as it stands right now, you've got just the light for your main power on and off. If that's fine with you, we'll leave it. If you want a secondary light for the standby, just let me know and I'll make provisions accordingly.
Oh, how you doing? I'm okay. Been nice day, hasn't it?
Okay, John. Yep, height is definitely might. The boy that kind of my stepson, if you will. I've got the insurance on it. I still haven't had time to actually get the plates taken care of. So I guess I could call or go online and get that taken care of. There we go. You just leaving it up to me. Okay.
When Scott first morning, I picked up that tire and thinking I won't go back home. That's about all I'm doing. Okay, you guys have a safe one. Talk to you a little later. I'll be here.
I'm doing it. Yeah, I'm doing it. Right, wrong, or indifferent.
Now watch me. I caught that buddy bear here, seized him a little bit. He's got a dog collar. He's gonna be out today. Give that 4-day weekend. They needed a piece of pipe to smash up his antenna over there. I went around there 2 rounds with my navigation gun. First thing I just tell there was an inch and a half, 9-foot piece of good circuit. Well, pipe.
One of my locals. Okay. Yeah, I've got some of the stuff already prepped, is what I did last night. Let's see, how did I have that already figured out in my head? Doo-doo-doo-doo. Okay. Okay, and I need a small piece of wire. Well, good evening, Dirty Diaper. Good evening, good evening. Hopefully you had a great weekend as far as with the Thanksgiving holiday yesterday. Yeah, tomorrow, once I get everything done that I plan on doing this evening, I'm going to try to go ahead and finish up your radio tomorrow, John, and get that out of the way as well. That's my focus anyways, is to get you taken care of. You can't hear me. Well, good evening, BBI. It has been a while, buddy. It's definitely been a while. I'm glad to see that you popped in there for a visit. Oh, that's fine, big guy. That is fine. Hopefully everything's been going good on your end. I haven't had a chance to talk with you, but I know that this time of the year you're incredibly busy finishing up everything for the end of the year too. Hopefully if I can get a few more things taken care of that I've got going on here in the near future, I think you're going to like some of the changes. Unfortunately, with the COVID, that changed a lot of my directions of travel for this go around. Yeah, me and the kids have been doing great. Like I said, a lot of things that I wanted to get done this summer, one of which was come out and visit you. But with the like I said, with the COVID break that we had, it kind of took some unexpected turns, and then I actually got incredibly busy during the break. I got so incredibly busy here in the shop that I really just could not get away. So hopefully this, yeah, it has. I'm hoping to actually get up with you potentially either spring. I'll get with you hopefully here probably after the first of the year and kind of get a layout as far as for your schedule, and then go from there in relationship to scheduling my flight out there to Idaho. Yeah. And the finances haven't been the problem, as the just the time. The time has been just incredibly crazy. Absolutely crazy. I know you've got some pretty cool projects, especially the Heath kit. I love that one. That is definitely a builder's dream come true. Yeah, I'm sure you even enjoyed it. To me, that brings back some of the memories from childhood. Of course, back when if you're like me, when you were 12 or 13 years old, to buy something like that would have been, oh my God. Around here, I'd have had to work on a farm for 2 years to be able to afford something like that. Yes, very much so. Very much so. I'm actually surprised you've even got 5 minutes to even pop in with me. All right, big guy, you take care, be safe. I know you've got your hands in more pies than I can count. Let's get a couple of capacitors for filtering. That's one thing that I keep watching and I keep studying, because he has an equivocally wonderful way of being able to actually explain things. It's one of the things I really envy about him. Is just his ability to be able to explain things, not just in a what I would call a format of a dumbed down version, but just being able to explain in general. It's one of the things that I work on and work on. I've had several different things that's been speed bumps in relationship to that, but we keep going every day and get just a little bit better and a little bit better. And that one, I don't like the way that one's looking. As expensive as what these are when you buy these 1,000 at a time, it really doesn't pay to try to straighten certain things up. Like I said, I can't wait until I get to some of the other projects that I've got coming up here in the near future, as far as springtime. Like I said, right now I'm doing the same thing that most builders are trying to do, and that's finish up year-end projects. I haven't taken anything in for quite some time, so just trying to get caught up has been a small feat, to say the least. The last few weeks, work has been insane, I've been putting in, geez, I think about 96 hours. Well, thank you, Luke. Yeah, I've got, once I get that thing all pulled apart and I do a few more things to it, I may hit you up for some advice, once I get to a certain point on that. That's an incredibly large project, as you are very well aware of. Granted, I know that one's one that you can kind of halfway put off as a small project for you nowadays. With doing 64 pills, and geez, I think one of them, and this has been 4 or 5 years ago too, I think one of the largest ones you said you've built outright was, I think, 120, which I wouldn't even know where to begin at. Jeez, Pete's. And it's not really so much the build part as the final tune on it. Yeah. Amen to that. Trying to make sure we get these all turned the right direction, or the same direction anyways. Amen to that, brother. Amen to that. All right. Yeah, and that's one of the things that I have tried to explain to people is that they don't really comprehend. They think that it's easier, and it's really not. It's actually easier at that stage, and I've tried to explain that to many people. Honestly, if they're gonna do that, they need to just go ahead and go to the AC. They really need to go and start looking at AC boxes. There again, I'm sure you're like 2 years out on something like that right now, but there are a few other good builders that do AC. I know it will work just the same, even if I don't turn it that quarter turn, but it'll bug the daylights out of me if I don't. We're just going to get this scooched over. Like so. Well, because that's what my customer is asking for. They're asking for biasing, so that's what we're adding. It's a little bit different biasing network. Although it's going to look the same, it's actually going to be a little different. And it's not really the fact that it's different as different values on the components. I know you just put out a small video here on how to build a 4-pill, just for an example. And granted, you didn't get into all the pitfalls that there is for the beginner, but again, definitely helpful as far as for those that have never done it. You're actually going to see where I'm using, like I said, a smaller component. I'm actually going to use a 5-watt. I have been working off and on for a couple of years now with a couple different biasing networks, and I'm actually able to get by comfortably, and I repeat, comfortably, with a 5-watt wire wound resistor, and still keep enough biasing in order to go ahead and make everything function properly. Okay, so I've got 1 to 2 different ways I can do this, one of which I did about 4 years ago on an 8-pill. And that was the part that I'm kind of curious as to which way I want to go. I know I can either attach it here, or I can run simultaneously the same lengths from here and actually remote the resistors. And I think that's actually the way I want to go with this one, is do the remote on the resistors themselves. So I've looked at this one a couple of different ways. And do it wirelessly. I don't think that's going to give me the same effect there early. One of the things I am going to do is reach up here, however, and turn on my exhaust fan. Once I actually get get out here and get to moving, and I turn on all the lights, the heat makes a huge difference. Good evening, Charles. That you are absolutely correct on. However, I hope that at that point the customer realizes that there is no airflow going on. It doesn't have a stupidly loud fan, but it does have a fan that is decent enough. Okay. Another one of those where I need to actually remember to shut that off. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Needless to say. Let's see. Yeah. No, I would say not. Um, unless it's somebody that's an avid sidebander. Yeah, you're definitely not going to be changing absolutely anytime soon. That is for sure. Yeah, if this one was already built and let me get it out just for an example, because I've got about a dozen left, and this is something you're going to be incredibly familiar with by all stretches of the imagination. If I were using the 10 watt and this was a brand new build, this would be my input transformer. There again, one of the reasons why is for something that you have reiterated a million times in a row. Part of it has to do with the spacing, and part of it has to do with the extra space at the bottom as well, where you've actually got these lifted up. So, good evening, Mr. Nobody, Kevin. So these are incredibly useful when doing biasing. So right now, that's what I've actually been using these for. And the reason why is the tune on these are just a little different. You're not going to see as much on a 2-pill as you will a 4-pill. Once you do the 4-pill, again, you've got your foundation laid for 4, 8, 16, 32, etc. So, but for the small ones, these are great for that. These are absolutely great. Down to a case. Wow. Because if I remember right, the last time you and I talked, I think it was either 100 or 300. I can't remember. It's been a while, but I know it's a substantial amount. Now, granted, I've still got a few more on the larger transformers, which that's going into my next year. I'm going to be making some more changes on some of the builds. I'm going to hopefully be using a lot more of the 5/8 core. I've got some stuff that I want to do and see how it all works out, and then make my determination. So. Yeah, that's the whole thing, is the capacity changes. Um, which there again, I mean, I seen that the first time I used them. I've kind of got there again. Part of it has to do with the fact that I am so used to building via a lot of the older technology, if you will, versus what you have created yourself. But it does work. It does work differently, and for certain applications, I have seen a major plus in relationship to using them. Just on the output transformers alone, one of the nice things about it, I've gotten several batches from you, and all of them in relationship to the output transformers. Just for example, if you remember where I went and did a yeah, I can do that. Where I went back and actually did a I think an inductance test. We're looking at a 2% tolerance, where I don't even have to go back through and match and spend hours just in relationship to that. So, but yeah, give me just a second and I can definitely do you. Matter of fact, right there you are.
The lag that you've got going on there is just unbelievable.
Yeah, unfortunately, right now we've got way too many people on the network that are probably logged in this area.
Yeah. So let's see, how do I mute the video so I can still follow on? Hold on a second.
Sure.
Okay, there we go. So I'm still watching the video so I can see you jerking your hands around a little bit. What I was going to tell you is those input transformers changed to an 820. Go build a 2-pil with a regular type 61 input transformer with the 330 on top.
Uh-huh.
And pull that input transformer off, put mine in its place, and then put an 820 there and watch what happens.
Okay.
And then you're going to go and you drop the capacitance way down on the input circuit. You're going to be like, what the hell?
Yeah, that was probably one of the biggest things, was the input capacitance changed.
Well, the Q of the transformer changes when you spread the coil out there, the face of the transformer out that far.
Exactly.
So,
you know what you mean?
I don't know if you've been watching Cal Case over there, Mud Duck Sharky. God bless him. He tried. He got in there and got his toe wet and tried to explain that to everybody. And I was like, okay, calm down, buddy. You're going to get in over your head and everybody's going to jump on you.
And it's easily done. That's the reason why I try, because you have been one of the best ones I've seen, like I said, as far as explaining.
It's really hard to explain some of this stuff to people that don't have a reference to it. And then you've got the keyboard Nazi that comes along and claims he knows everything, but you don't know anything he's ever done.
Exactly.
Right, and then he jumps in there and tries to correct you. Then he's got 2 or 3 of his buddies he calls up on the phone and says, hey, come over here and agree with me so I look like I'm validated. So then everybody's really confused on what the actual fact is. It's like, no, I'm just telling you the value of the component I'm putting in here, and this is the way it works, and watch, here now it's working. And the keyboard Nazi comes along and says, no, it can't be. Oh, you're crazy.
Well, I know. Yeah. Well, I know you spent
okay.
Yeah. Well, I know you spent a very, very long time in creating those, and one of the things that
actually those are a direct derivative of the output transformer, which took me a long time to figure out.
Well, I thought
increasing the surface area on the output transformer, man, that makes a huge difference in your output potential.
Yeah.
Especially if you're talking a multi-stage box. Like, you'll see an extra 15, 20 watts out of a 2-pil. Now you think about that, you put that in an 8-pil, you're talking an extra 200 watts output power, and that's just by changing the output design a little bit.
Well, and the first time I used them just on a 4-pil, just for an example, I gained 20 bird watts, for the first shot. That was actually a definite win to me. 20 bird watts for 2 extra transformers, an extra $20 basically. To me, it's well worth it in that in that respect. I did gain as far as on the PEP, but everybody's more interested nowadays, I think, in the physical RMS versus the PEP.
Have you you've been following along with the variable bird watt radios and all that stuff that's going on, right?
Yeah, I actually.
Send me, Tony.
Yeah, I actually.
Picking up packages. Let's see. You just sent me 158 transistors. I guess that's all he had in stock.
Yeah, I've got 56 coming in another order.
I've been burning through HTs that's going out of style, doing repairs. You know, he's like, oh, I'm going to buy 100 transistors this month. $2,400, $2,500 for the transistors. Here you are at the end of the month, you got to buy them all over again. You're like, man, I swear to God, I just bought 100 transistors, you know.
And you did.
But them the burdens, you know what I'm saying. You're in the same boat I'm in.
Yeah, I
The
do.
motorcycle, you keeping it all clean and polished? You got it all put up for the winter or what?
Yeah, I've got it all put up for the winter. The only thing I haven't added was the stable to the fuel yet. That'll happen over this weekend here. I
Are
might.
you the kind of guy that bleeds the tank out and then runs it till the thing's dead and then reprime it in the summer? Or are you the kind of guy that puts fuel stabilizer in it, run it for 20 minutes and shut it off and forget about it until the summertime?
The second one. I just put, I put the fuel stable in. You're actually better off to do that because you're not leaving the seals in the system dry.
Making them all dry and everything, right?
Yeah, which causes more problems down the line. So.
Man, we've been getting some good skip lately. You been able to talk any?
A little bit since I've gotten part of my antenna fixed. That's the other major thing that I'm going to try to finish up.
Man, you're an ant building, son. You're not allowed to have any minutes where you're off. You're supposed to be 10-8 all the time.
Yeah, I know. But unfortunately, I can't get away long enough to work on my own stuff. You ought to be.
Between being a daddy, working a full-time job, and I know.
Yeah.
Tell me all about it. I know.
Yeah, I'm not telling you anything that you haven't
Imagine having a $30,000 tower sitting in the backyard and you haven't had a minute to slow. You're like, oh, I'll do it in the spring. Okay, well, I'll do it in the fall. Yeah, I'll do it next year. It's just sitting out there.
Yep. Exactly. You know, it's. I'm not going to say it's pointless, but I actually sold a crank up tower because of that reason. I had it there for 2.5 years. I never got to use it. I had people keep asking me about it. I told one person to come get it.
I can go call 3 and get him on the phone and watch his butthole clinch up.
Well, put a 3-way conversation going on.
Yeah, he's so quiet you can hear a mouse barking in the background.
Oh yeah.
It's like, dude, get confident, be confident, man. I'm out here throwing it out on Front Street for everybody. Sit back and relax. It's all good. Let's see what we got going on here. Enjoy your conditions, Luke, in the northwest corner in California. Been booming in here. Yeah, no joke, dude. The West Coast it's been tough. So what people don't think about the East Coast and the West Coast, there's 2 huge different demographics. So like here, I'm up in the Northwest. Well, what do I have south of me? I got Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, and Southern California, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you get on this side of the Mississippi and radio turns into a non-existent thing. Like your guys' side of the Mississippi down there, Mark, radio's, still fairly active. I turn my radio on up here, all I hear is right?
Yep.
So throughout the last couple months, like the last, year, it's been primarily north-south conditions. Every once in a while, we get a little bit of a window where we can talk in like Georgia, Texas, that kind of stuff. But, so after about 900th conversation you have with Machete, and your 900th conversation you have with Motormouth, and the 900th conversation you have with 63 down there in the killing fields, Howie the Clown. And 766 refuses to turn his antenna because the only thing he cares about is going east. So after a while, you're like, oh, look, we got California conditions, and it's been coming in for like 15, 20 minutes at a whack, and that disappears.
Yeah. Yeah, I enjoyed the.
My neighbors that live south of me are getting a little tired of hearing me, so to actually have real, decent Mother Nature where it's running east-west, like the other day, being able to talk to DX Blanket, Dave Bates.
Yes.
I'm a public engineer. Dave Bates' guy, there at Dave Bates' shop, to actually hear all the way into the Garden State up there in New York is rare. Where if you're on the East Coast, you've got all these guys from the southern states, all the Carolinas, the Arkansas, the Florida, all that. You've got all of that going on. north-south all the time. There's a huge more diversity of people there.
Yes.
Well, over here on the West Coast, it's like I got a handful, maybe a dozen dudes, maybe 2 dozen dudes that I get to hear on 6. So it's been nice. But in the same breath, to be able to take an hour out of my day and sit down and talk on my radio is like, forget about it.
Well,
Forget about it.
well, and that's where I keep mine on here in the shop, and it's, you know, I've got a small mobile that just hangs, well, just right there.
Charles says, real men ride in the winter.
All right.
I got to tell you, Charles, I've seen a lot of dead dudes on the side of the road that ride their motorcycles in the winter in my lifetime. A lot. My job.
Well, back in, you know, back.
Remember, Mark, real men ride in the rain.
Yep. That is a
100
fact.
miles an hour everywhere, and they don't wear a helmet, and they don't wear goggles. That's what real men do, because their eyes are so tough they can take the water hitting the eyeball at 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, when I was 19 to 25 and 10 feet tall and bulletproof, yeah, I could do that. Now that I've got a little age on me.
You just got to be careful. Make sure your schlong doesn't get wet or ruts because you're the man of steel. Understand?
Yeah, exactly. No.
Charles says, I'm about 1.5 miles from the Gulf in the mag. Y'all been hammering us. Well, let's just face it. Me and Primer's sitting up here. I'm running an air-cooled 40. He's running a water-cooled 40. We're both 100,000 plus watt peak stations, easy. And we've been sitting here just waiting for east-west skip now for months. Yeah, we've been having a lot of fun the last couple of days.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, I
had good conditions about 6 years ago and talked to BBI and didn't realize who. I'm still nobody's squirrel. I'm just like you, man. I put my pants on one leg at a time. No difference between any of us. We're all the same.
Yeah, I kind of wish the skip would actually come back my way. I haven't heard. It's been like a year and a half since I've had Motormouth Mall come into my area. I have yet to have had anybody from Idaho make it into the scene from.
You got to turn your radio on. It's like the water. You got to play the wind, bro.
Oh yeah, well it's on whenever I'm here and I'm at home.
And you got to have your antenna connected and not broken.
Yes, yes.
And listening on a disc cone or a long wire don't count. They work.
Yep, that is true. This is true. Very, very true. But
I
yeah.
remember when I was a kid learning how disc cones work. It's amazing, dude. You can put like 19,000 radials on an emission point, and it will always find RF will always travel on the receive side and the transmit side on the most resonant piece of metal it can find. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. It just disregards all the other pieces of metal that are out there. Well, this cone's only a receive antenna anyhow, but yeah, the scanner antenna.
Yeah.
God, if you made a disc cone for like 80 meters or 160 meters, it'd be bigger than the Festival Creek, tree that they have downtown at the Capitol building kind of thing. You see Motormouth New Creations going on down there?
Yes, I have. I've kind of been watching in on that a little bit. That's quite an interesting piece that he has going on.
So, John, what happened? So the antenna fell down. What happened? Don't lie to me. He goes, no, I'm not as young as I used to be. And he started laughing. I said, what, you get tired of doing wind sprints? See, he didn't have a rotor on that big cocksucker.
Oh,
right?
Lord.
So, I mean, even when I was down there and we did the interview, he didn't have a rotor on it. Then he had 4 pieces of rope, 2 off the front, 2 off the back. And so all the way around his antenna, he's got fence stakes driven in the ground at a back angle, So he runs out there. Now, remember, the antenna is like 700 feet away from his shop.
Yes.
So his radio room, he runs out the radio room door, runs across the ground, I call them wind sprints, because they'll be sitting there talking east, I'll come blow him out, and by the time he gets back to the radio, he's all winded. Runs out there, unties the 2 pieces of rope in the front, unties the 2 pieces of rope in the back, moves the antenna to where he thinks he's going to have the best receive, ties the antenna down in the back, ties the antenna back down in the front, and runs all the way back and sits down, tries to pretend like nothing happened. So now he's got an antenna that weighs 3 times as much, and it's like an additional 17 feet longer. So he built himself a sniper rifle, and he got tired of running back and forth, he says. That's what he says.
Well,
I was like, John, I got an extra Yaesu 2800D rotor sitting here on the shelf. You know, I live in a world 1 is done, 2 is 1, 3 is even better if it's brought by another person.
mm-hmm.
And I would have gladly given him a Yaesu rotor, put it up there. It would have turned it. I don't know how well it would have done the braking job on it, but probably still have to tie it down at night. But
Yeah,
it would have turned it.
well, that's an incredible amount of weight.
When you think about that little antenna he's got, dude, he's been talking his ever-living ass off on that thing the last 3 days.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I've not been able to get on there for the last 3 days.
Hey, Squirrel. Squirrel says, "Here, ha ha ha! I used the pipe wrench for years." Yeah, I can see that. Back when you're on a little tiny 3 or 4 element beam, I could totally do that. But you got to think, on a 3 or 4 element beam, your scatter pattern off the front of the beam is only maybe, probably 25, 30 degrees, right? So you've closed off 80% of your back door and out the sides of the beam pretty good, right? 3 or 4 element. Then they're gonna have like 25 million elements hanging out there. He's probably talking on only 2 or 3% of the sky, maybe 4% of the sky.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of movement. I mean, like if you're sitting there and you're talking, let's say, to Georgia from where he sits, the guy that's up even in South Carolina is technically off the side of the beam to him, and he's not going to hear him.
Yes.
So try talking DX like that, where you're constantly moving the beam back. Man, I get it. I get it. No, an 8 element. Okay, well, who built it, Squirrel?
Let's see.
This is another topic I try to avoid like the plague because I'm just an ant builder. I'm not supposed to know anything about antennas.
I try.
Which is fine. That's fine. It's fine. We're not gonna say that because I was a poor broke class when I was a young man. The only thing I could afford to have was a little tiny bit of welding rod and some aluminum channel, and I was out there building 25 element Yagi 70 centimeter beams because I couldn't afford anything else. Well, you did. Well, what program did you use to model it off of? I remember when I was a kid having to do it all by hand. I had an HP, what they call graduated calculators,
Yes.
and sit there and I did the whole theorem. I do the whole theorem out, the whole math, and I'd be like, okay, so the next element's got to be 14 and a half inches out, and the next one's 14.7 inches out.
Well, I actually built one that I used.
With 11 and 3/4 inch elements. In Mako, we had a Mako 8. Okay, cool.
Yep.
My antenna is 59 feet long, and that's from element to element. I'm talking the boom. The boom is 3-inch tube. Each element is 1 inch continuous. It's not interleaved. It's straight up 1 inch, and then all the tips are tapered and welded in.
Wow.
Yeah. Otherwise, you start having corona come off the end of the elements. There's too much RF. You cannot take like a Mako element and put like 100,000 watts on it. It doesn't work out too well. Shit starts arcing all over the place, and the element's too small. The RF can't adequately stack on top of the aluminum, all kinds of stuff.
And one of the books that I actually still use today, which granted I didn't have the programs, I actually did it the old-fashioned way with piece of paper and pencil, where you actually took the formulas, you calculate it out based off of what you have, and create your antenna, which I built a quad. Now the cubicle quad that I used for many years, that finally bit the dust here a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. Still don't have it up in the air as of yet, or down I should say, because I've got to have somebody climb that tower and get that down so I can re-engineer it. But I talked literally around the world with it. I made it all the way to. Oh yeah.
And because they enjoy such a low angle of radiation, you can have them a little bit closer to the ground. They don't have to be a full wavelength above the ground.
Yes, which mine.
But if you model a quad in the computer now, like if you use, what's this? Man, I got the coolest program here about a month ago. It's got a 3D CAD rendering program in it. It's really cool. But I designed my antenna on QI4.
Okay.
which is an old program, and then there's other guys that talk about EasyNet. And the base of it, all the math is the same, but when you model a quad and you model a Yagi in a computer, it's like the way the modeling plot comes out is so night and day difference. It just, I don't. And to me, that to have those 90-degree turns on a box quad like a square edge quad, I don't like sharp radius bends with high RF emission points. That doesn't.
Well,
there used to be a guy that was building the sphere. Did you ever see the hemispherical quads that were circular?
Yes.
The radials were round.
Yes, I have not tried one.
I was always like, wow, I'd love to model that. You know what I mean? But,
well, I don't know anybody that's actually honestly made one. I've seen them, but as far as online or what have you, but I don't know anybody personally.
like a giant wagon wheels sitting up there in the air.
Yes. Now, originally, one of the interesting things about the cubic quad and where it actually came from dates back as I know at least the 1940s. During World War II.
Please do not quote the 1917 RF antenna theory form that everybody had to learn to get their image license. Don't quote that. Give us some new data, Mark. Give us some new data.
Well, I live in the ancient archives.
Back before slide rules, and you were using abacusses.
Yes. Yeah. Come on. We've got programs now that you can just type garbage in and garbage out, and ta-da, everything works right. But yeah, that was quite interesting, and I actually urge anybody to go back and actually learn the ancient ways, as far as yes, the ancient ways.
The ancient ways, was that back when we were giving hand jobs to Jesus to get on the freaking ark, or what are we talking
Pretty
about?
much.
How far back are we talking, Mark?
Not quite that far. This was at least 6 months after the ark landed. So.
Yeah, and you're like, you're winking at Jesus, going, "Hey man, what do I got to do to get a first class ticket?"
Pretty much.
And Jesus is looking at you like, "Dude, you should be satisfied with Coach. Get on the boat. Get on the boat."
But I've learned a lot because of it.
I used the Mako measurements with bigger pipe and a 40K gamma match.
Yep.
Well, we all know that. Excuse me. We all know as you increase your element size, the elements get shorter because of a simple thing called surface area. But it can be worked out, and definitely be worked out.
Well, I'm not
a big fan of gamma matches, and it's because when they fail, you can't see they failed from the ground. You got to go and tear them completely apart, and always burn up on the inside where you can't see them.
Exactly. Yeah, that was one of the things.
Vacuum variable.
Yeah.
I got a vacuum variable up there as big around as your leg.
The one I've got's not quite that big, but I actually thought about using that myself.
Vacuum variable is the only way to go. Then you guys got the T-match system, which is just a tuned inductor with capacitance system. To me, when I look at it, it's nothing I've ever tested, so I'm not speaking from a point of authority on this. This is just an observational thing, if that makes any sense to anybody. When you see your T-match network up there, you have those two elements, and they're only a couple inches apart.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you're going through struggling with having RF jumping from the driven to my first director, you go to key down, and you can sit there and listen to it out the door. But zap, 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 this RF is arcing over like a foot and a half, You're going, maybe these two tuning elements, they're only 3 or 4 inches apart. Maybe this isn't a great idea.
Exactly.
So I stayed away from that. Now, I know guys who've got T-match networks, and they're running a whole lot of horsepower, and they say they've never had a problem. I go, hey, man, get that else.
Mm-hmm.
I'm all about, hey, if it works for you, don't change it. Don't listen to me. Keep running what you're running. Shit.
Exactly.
And then you got the guys that are running the VFA loops and that kind of stuff, the spherical SPED kind of stuff. Once again, I look at that and go, if I got a buddy of mine who's got a really, really, really big station and he's running kind of some setup like that, okay. And then the other thing I always think is hilarious is the guys that think, well, you don't hear as well and you're not going to transmit as well as long as the coax isn't directly attached to the antenna. And I just start chuckling because you and I both know you've got blocking capacitors and all kinds of capacitors that we use in the amplifiers, and even inside your radio where the RF passes right through it.
Yes.
Because it's an AC signal. So it's like, nah, it's not a valid argument to me. You know? I've been on a vacuum variable for my feed point now for 6 years. And I've had everything fail. I've melted the tips off the antenna, I've blown the feed point off the coax, but I've never had a problem with the vacuum variable.
Well, I'm sure. Yeah, that'll agree with you.
You can make it work as long as the SWR is right. He runs 3, he runs 100. 3 knows me. Me and 3 were friends. He knows exactly what I'm running up here. And I'm not 120,000 watt peak. I honestly, I keyed it about 10,000 to modulate. It goes up to about 35,000 per.
Well, we also had the discussion about the driver. You know, there's times where, you know, you don't even bother to turn on the big one. You know, just use the driver.
I use a Cobra 29 to hit my 2-pil LD MOS, and I run that into the 3CX 40,000. So I get about 1,200 bird out of the 2-pil LD MOS. That's all I really need. That's all you really need.
Mm-hmm.
Run that into the 40. Now, when I take my 4 MOSFET driver that I built, that everybody watched the video on, use the same amount of drive, you know, I get 3,500 bird out of that. Or no, not 3,500 bird, I get like 2,000 bird out of that, and it's roughly 41, 42 peak, somewhere in there.
Mm-hmm.
It's so much drive, it takes a 50K slug and lays it in the corner when I'm modulating. Like, I don't know, I've made a passive observation. Once again, this is just not me speaking from a point of authority, or I'm an expert, and I've got a doctorate, and I studied all of that shit. I went around when I first got in this hobby, and I got to meet everybody. You know, I went to Motor Mouth, and I went to talk with everybody that was well over, 10,000 watts. And I asked a question. I said, well, how many watts do you think the atmosphere can actually physically handle?
You know, that's something I have never even conceived.
Right. So how it works, there's 2 theorems of how it actually works. You have atmospheric lensing, which is a reflection, which is how it's easiest for everybody to visualize that in their heads. And then you've got the other form of theory, which says that you're actually modulating the upper end of the atmosphere, and it's retransmitting your RF, or retransmitting an equivalent amount of RF back down to the ground, and your actual initial input energy is going on into space.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, two different schools of thought. I'm not going to argue which one I believe in because it's a moot point. The overall point is, how much RF can you put into the atmosphere for it to make a reflected difference back down to your receive point? How much energy can you put in before the atmosphere just stops returning energy back? Because it's a very lossy means of communication. What I mean by that is most of the energy you put in the atmosphere is actually going straight on into space. Only a small portion of it is actually coming back down from space for the upper atmosphere, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that would be a calculatable loss, dictated by how much energy is getting put into it by the sun, right? You'd think, right?
Yes.
So let's say we start at 10,000 watts. We got a guy on the other end who's receiving me at 10,000 watts. Now, there's a lot of variables that go on between here and there. Atmospheric conditions, energy charge into the upper layers of the atmosphere, all this other stuff that we can sit around and twiddle our dingy-dangs to, like we're, schoolboy kids at Boy Scout camp talking about the first time we got to see a girl's boob. We can get lost on that, or we can simply say, you start out at 10,000, and for you to have basically 1 dB of increase in somebody's receive, you got to triple your horsepower. So, okay, let's go to 30,000. And I've had people tell me they see the signal go down. We have other people tell me that, oh, well, yeah, I went 4 or 5 instruments. Well, I go 4 or 5 instruments. There wasn't enough signal input on my end to get it to go 4 or 5 instruments.
Unless they're sitting underneath of you.
Right. So, me personally, I think you're kind of pissing in like standing there, it's 50-mile-an-hour wind, and you're deciding to pee into it, and you're blowing back on your face, you key over about 10, 15,000 watts. I don't think the atmosphere can handle it. Let's look at Thanksgiving, for instance. Okay? The skip that we enjoyed here just yesterday was what they call a low-power day.
Mm-hmm.
So you show up and you got yourself a 10,000-watt carrier, and the guy down the street that's on a 3,000 is sitting there keying about 3,000 or 4,000 watts. He's getting his name called left and right. Meanwhile, the guy that's got the big stick is having a hard time getting in there. So then the guy with the big stick rises up to that pretty quick, and he pulls his power back, and all of a sudden he starts getting his name called left and right over the guy with the 3,000. There's something to it. I'm telling you, there's something to it.
That there is, because I've seen the same time. At the same token, I've done quick videos just to show a simple little one pill, a little one pill driver. You're looking what, 60, 80 bird, and be able to talk to New York, New Jersey, places like that, just off of 60, 80 bird watts. That I couldn't do with.
As long as you've got the atmospheric conditions to support it, it's totally possible. Yes.
Yeah, without and that's without. Or that's actually better than what I did with the little 500 bird driver that I've got sitting underneath the workbench right now. That I use actually more times than not. So that's just crazy.
And they're yelling at you on screen.
Uh-huh. Yo, Mark. Well, hello, Art.
Yeah, I'm live on the phone. I'm hanging out with
Yes.
Mark. I never get to do this.
Yes, BBI is live along with me.
Hey, what's going on, Mark?
Not much.
Says, yo, Mark. Squirrel Chronicles. Antenna is 90. I wouldn't say it's 98%, but it's a lot easier to make gains at the antenna. I totally agree with you, Squirrel Chronicles. A lot easier. Especially because it's a sliding input return derivative. What I mean by that is, if you got a 1 pill to double your power to make a difference in somebody else's receiver, you're going to a 2 pill. No, a 3 pill, 500 watts. So like 60 to 500 watts. So just keep the math simple. To make any difference in somebody else's receiver from 500 watts, you're going to go to 1,500 watts. And then from 1,500 watts to CS3, you got to go to 4,500 watts. And 4,500 watts is 3 times again. So within 5 or 6 steps from your 1 pill, now you're talking about in the mobile. Let's see, we've now got 4 alternators underneath the hood of our truck, 4 with a custom bracket, 12 batteries in the vehicle, and you're running tens of thousands of dollars worth of transistors for what, 5 dBs worth of receive difference on the other end. Or if you have an antenna that isn't transmitting poorly in all directions and you're making it so it's more focused, instead of, here's a classic example. When I was young and dumb and full of man spunk, I drove up on top of this 7,000-foot mountain that we have out here. Nothing to the east of me. I've got a reflector, a hot, and 2 drivens on my truck, all perfectly spaced. 64 pill in the truck, 5 alternators on the thing, drug up the mountain with me an extra 30 gallons of gas because when I put all the alternators in line, I can literally rev the motor and watch the gas tank. The fuel gauge just drop, right? So now I'm on top of this mountain. I got elevation. I got nothing up there with me. I'm talking from the mobile. I got all these transistors. All my needles are going to the right. Voltage ain't dropping. And a dude down here in town showed up on a 4-element cubic quad, literally with the back door had fallen off and was laying on his house. And a Texas Star 400 and keyed down, took me clean off the air.
Yeah. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Antenna makes a huge difference. Huge difference. And I said, piss on this shit. I disconnected a couple of the alternators, pulled it up shop, drove all the way down here, and said, man, I got to start saving up. I got to go buy a house. I want to put up an antenna.
So that's when you decided to get a house, huh?
But so then your same thing happens when you're at the base. For you to increase your signal at the base, you're talking once again 3 times the amount of input power to the antenna, but for you to pick up that extra dB in somebody else's receive, it could be no different than putting another element on the end of your beam.
Absolutely.
So which is easier? If you've got like me, where you got a 400 amp service and you're maxed out on what you can do with that 400 amp service, is it easier to go get let's say an 800 or 1,000 amp commercial service with this huge linear at the base of your house, at the base of the antenna, or just put 2 more elements on the beam?
I know which one would be more economical.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And then at the end of the day, you know, in the back of your head, based off of the knowledge that we just learned together, you and me and everybody else, once you get past about 10,000 watts carrier, the atmosphere isn't going to do a whole lot more for you.
Well, that's where you need to go throughout the entire U.S. and try to find the absolute best spot and move there. Of course,
I think it has a lot to do with the water table.
honestly,
RF, at the frequency we use, it has a tendency to pass through a lot of different things, but it really doesn't like water. Water is so dense to it that it acts more like a mirror. So you see these ham guys sitting out in the middle of the Bahamas on some rock, and they've got like a little chair strapped down to the rock, and they're working on a car battery and a long wire. Because all that energy is going straight back up in the sky. It's bouncing off the water.
mm-hmm.
Has nothing to do with the conductivity of the water. That's another urban legend. Has nothing to do with the conductivity of the water. It's all about the density of the water and the RF reacting to the density of the water.
Well, and that may be part of the reason why I've got, or I can't talk to certain locals that well, but when skip is in my favor, see, my water table is only about 14 feet before you actually hit the actual water table. I also live on Water Street, which just so happens to have a creek that runs right in my front yard. So
that means you have a very high water table.
Yes.
That means the soil is super impregnated with water, which means you're going to have a higher reflective point.
yes.
Now, I don't know if we need to all go to like a witch doctor standard. So the first time I go to a witch doctor's house down here in California, I swear to God, I pulled up in the guy's driveway, and on my receive on my radio that was in the little Volvo car that we used to have, I pulled up in his driveway and I looked down, and like my receive went up like 3 or 4 estrogens. And put it in reverse, it backed out of his driveway, and it went down. I drove in his driveway and it went up. And I went, wait a minute. No, I was lying to myself. The pitch of the vehicle as I was pulling into the driveway was changing the angle of the antenna to the sky, and that's what I was seeing. But witch doctor's place, see, in California, every drop of water that hits the ground in California is either caught, regulated, or controlled in some way or another.
Mm-hmm.
So right through the middle of witch doctor's backyard, there's like a 10-foot pipe that's buried 2.5, 3 feet in the ground. It's part of the California water management system. So when they came and they dug the hole for his swimming pool in his backyard, he's out there in the middle of the night. He's CAD welding like a 4-aught gauge wire to the water pipe and running it over to his tower. And then they put a swimming pool right there. Well, he filled the swimming pool full of salt water, and it had a leak. So his soil around his tower was constantly wet. Man, that guy could talk. For only having a couple thousand watts, that guy was in every damn video game for decades.
Yeah.
Gate out there for decades, and it's all because of water and a good hookup to earth ground. You know.
Well, speaking of the salt water, that's what they actually did back many years ago, especially people that are, for example, in Arizona, since I was out there for several years. You know, they would actually take Morton's salt that you'd use for your water
Get
softening.
closer to the phone, Mark. You're breaking up on me, buddy.
Okay. All right. Anyways, they would take the Morton salt, and what they would typically do is go ahead, dig their hole, put their tower down in there, drive ground rods around it. But wherever they would drive the ground rods, they typically would go down 12 to 18 inches of the soil and fill it with the rock salt, and then water that down because of the mineral content.
Increase the salinity of the ground.
Exactly.
Which gets you a little bit better conductivity. 3 says that we need to just build a moat around your house. That's what we need to do. So the moisture content of the ground, what I'm talking about is multiple wavelengths away from your emission point on your antenna. So in my neighborhood where I live, there's a housing tract that 300 yards from here. And there's this one house on the corner that sits directly east of me that they couldn't seem to keep a tenant in there to save their lives. It was like every month or two there was a new moving van there at that house. So finally I called the number on the sign, and I got to talking with the property management group, and they told me that the people that had been living in that house, they were underneath the impression that the house was haunted. And I'm like, what? They're like, yeah, there's been documented cases of like the toaster alarm, or not the toaster, but the oven alarm constantly going off, and people's hair dryers burning up, and toasters making weird noises. I mean, all this stuff that they started telling me on the phone. I was like, oh wow, that's amazing. So I'm standing there, and I'm standing in front of this house, and I'm looking back, and here's my antenna, probably 200 yards away, right behind a tree. And it's pointed east 90% of the time. I'm looking back at this house, I'm looking back at my antenna, and I'm like, no. So I felt bad. I started thinking about it for a minute. I started feeling a little bit bad about it. So I called the property management group back, and I said, hey, I live not too far from there. I'm an amateur radio operator, and I had the pleasure of speaking with, and I gave the gal's name, I can remember. I said, you might want to, before you re-rent the house, you might want to have an electrician come over and make sure that all the grounds in the house are up to standard. Because that could be causing some of the electrical problems that they're having in their house. So about 3 days later, here's an electrician start parked in the front driveway. And they were there for like a week. Doing what? I don't know. I don't really know. But I mean, they slapped those houses, they poured the foundations for those houses, and 3 or 4 days later, they were putting up the wood on top of them.
Yeah.
I mean, speed built the houses, right? So since then, I can't help but notice there's no more moving trucks at that house. And it's still a rental property. So now I've met these people, and I'm like, so, have you experienced any of the problems previous tenants have had? What are you talking about? Like your toaster exploding or the alarm on the stove? No, none of that. How much you want to bet, Mark, somewhere along the line of the slime line of assembling that house, they didn't hook any of the grounds up anywhere in that house?
That's a very good possibility.
Oh, man.
That's definitely funny.
Well, Mark, I got to run. It's been fun hanging out with you for the last 40 minutes. You guys have fun. Mark, I completely slowed down your progress on your amp. I apologize.
Oh, you haven't.
Finishing it out.
Yeah.
And you guys be good. I'll check back in on you later. Give me a call later. I got a couple other things I want to talk to you about.
Okay, BBI. You take care, buddy.
All right, my friend.
All
Be
right.
well.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All righty. Yeah. I love when I get a chance to chat with him, but I know that trying to catch him is almost like trying to catch a bottle of air almost. Well, you can always go back and watch it there, Warren. Feel free to go back and rewatch anytime you'd like to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so, but yeah, it's wonderful to get a chance to actually talk to him. I try never to bother him any more than is just absolutely necessary, because he is such an incredibly hard person to get a hold of, and as busy as what he is. But an incredible amount of wealth of information. Yeah, well, on occasions, and again, it's just catching him. I know he said something about he was in a vehicle, so I don't know if he was in the tow truck this go around. Sometimes he's called me from there. Sometimes he's called me when he's taking his wife to town and just out enjoying a little bit of time. So it's a rare treat when he's got especially 40 minutes. Most of the time, I'm lucky to get 15 minutes based on, the fact that he's got another 75, 80 people to call in the same day. So, I know that he tries to fit as many people in his schedule as he can. So, like I said, just absolutely wonderful in relationship to that. Yeah, I've been trying for the last 2 years, and it's just, one time it was, finances wasn't going to allow it. Most of the time it's time. Again, I work a job that I put in. Sheesh, the last couple of weeks that was fun. Thank you, Luke. You take care, buddy. Like I said, hopefully you enjoy the rest of your evening as well. I'm sure you're out with the family or driving your truck or something. Like I said, I know that that's usually the only time I get this much time with you at any given point. But anyways, back to our build. Oh, you were in the shop. Oh, wow. That is a rare treat. Like I said, usually it's a 1,000,001 as far as with everything that you've got going on. So if that's the case, that means that he's actually working just the same as I am and keeping on. All right, so one of the multiple different things that we're doing here is, if you look at the chokes, I'll do this in a couple of different attributes, based on the format. Now, one of the things too that we also have to consider anytime we're putting in biasing is our chokes, which normally would be a Class C, Class C format. In most cases, they're typically, as a general rule of thumb, you're shooting for approximately, and I say approximate, 10 unihenries in relationship to that. Now, in this particular case, we don't want any kind of interference or any kind of issues in relationship to RF leaking back into the biasing. So what we've actually done is we have changed the physical inductance so that we have nothing that winds up in a isn't that awful? I just had it and I can't remember now. In a resonant format. So that's what we've actually done, is we've made sure that we've put as much of it out of resonant form as what we can. So I'm going to go back. We're going to do a little trim work here. Get Trump on. Yeah, that has definitely been crazy. One of the other things too is, again, I've had my hands in a couple of different things here lately. I'm actually thinking of starting a secondary YouTube channel. I know this one is slowly growing. However, this is going to be in another field that many people are interested in that tune in here. But no, I've got about 15 gun reviews to actually go through and get taken care of. Another thing too is, with one of the other things that a lot of people nowadays are really into, and it's something that I've always kept in the back of my mind, which is a simple thing called prepping, prepping for disasters and what have you. So part of it, you have to understand where you're at in retrospect to everything. Nobody, it doesn't matter if you are multi-millionaire and you have your house turned into a fortress. Sooner or later, you're going to run out of something. So, you know, there's nothing that you can do to avoid that. However, I've got several people that have asked me to go through and check out a few things, go ahead and give my 2 cents worth, if you will, in retrospect to, like I said, prepping. So that's something that I want to go back and look into. And like I said, I've got several projects, or products rather, to take care of in relationship to that. I don't know if that would interest any of you or not. You're a gun guy. Good. Like I said, I did one review here 6 months ago or better, in retrospect to a Sig Sauer. Just happens to be one of them that I own. So, like I said, I've got several, and I need to get that taken care of. But you know, where this is primarily amps, power supplies, like I said, we're slowly moving and phasing out, with the exception of a few. One of the things that we are phasing kind of out of, mainly because of time restrictions, is the radio side of it. You know, I really want to concentrate more on the actual amp building. That is what I prefer. And also, with everything that we've got going on, we've got a lot of really good technicians out there as well. I know some of you will kind of be sad in relationship to that, but I'm going to get away from the radio repair side of it. We're still going to do a few modifications. However, you know, we still will be offering some modifications. You know, just for an example, with this one here, the customer wanted a specific radio, and I'm going to go from there. I can just get that to roll up the way I want it to. This little Teflon wire. This wire is more than adequate enough for the amount of current draw. .365. I think I've got a 360 to do yet. Another one is the Block 43X. That's actually one of them that I also have. Let's see if we can get this thing to maybe focus a little bit better here. Come on, focus, focus. All right. I don't know if it's my eyes or the camera. There we go. Which, you know, this is what I use for a concealed carry. So that's one of them. Another one that I was kind of disappointed in, and it's not actually gun, but it is gun related, which is the Urban Carry. That's another one that I've had several people ask me some questions on, and kind of discern, you know, kind of some discerning things in relationship to that. But like I said, just trying to figure out a good format to use for that. But all right, so give me just a second. I'm gonna go grab something, and then we're gonna get back on this here. So bear with me. Be right back. Okay, now we're back from that. Okay. I didn't leave you unattended for very long, so I'll show that. The 40 cals are nice. I've actually got a few of those, one of which I carried for several years whenever I was in Oregon, or not Oregon, I'm sorry, Arizona, that I carried as a backup. So, which had to do with the job that I was doing for several years out there. All right, Early. I'll put that one out there. Yeah, it depends on what I'm doing, where I'm going, as to what I carry anymore. You know, like I said, that's just one of those million and one things. Now, one of the things here, John, that we are going to do, as soon as I get some of this untangled, we've had it cut for a while, just got to get it put in. Okay. Is now then you had a secondary, what I call what your primary ground was, which is just a single 4-gauge wire. There are multiple different ways of doing it. This is just one particular way. Now you are going to still have your bolt back here. If you want to add a secondary ground, I don't think it's going to be necessary, because that's one of the things that we're actually going to change. We're actually going to put you 3 separate ground wires directly into the main case here, and then this is just going to be an alternate. I believe you're going to be using this primarily as your base now. So with that in mind, if you decide you want to add a ground for a bonded ground, essentially, you'll have a place to actually put that right here. So, you know, that way you don't have wire, you know, grounds here and positives here and trying to do coax. And to me, that's a complete and aggravating step. So that's part of the reason why personally I like to put them all on one side, which is what we're going to do here. So yeah, that's exactly what we're going to do. So like I said, we're going to still use your 175 amp connector, which is great for this size amplifier. And since you've already got a power supply over here as well, what we're going to do is we're going to take and hook you up with another end to mate with this, unless you already have one. But I might as well just go ahead and make everything that you need. If you know approximately where you're wanting to set everything, you're going to have a fairly long, from what I remember we talked about or discussed, you know, we've got 6 feet of cable. So you're going to have a pretty good, you know, pretty good little jolt as far as to move here. The other one will probably just make you probably like a 12 or 18-inch little jumper to go off of the back of your power supply that you're going to be using, and that way you can just set it off to the side, because I think you'll have plenty of movement in relationship to that. So one of the things we are going to do, fire up old Betsy. You and that wireless microphones. Yeah, if everything was Bluetooth, Granted, I'm not Nikola Tesla. Otherwise, he probably would have already had this all figured out. Um, it's probably a good thing that he wasn't a CBer. This is also something that I've been demoing for a short time here as well, which is a spring assist. To be honest with you, I'm kind of liking it. You know, I've always carried just a standard fold over for a pocket knife, and I've got two of these, one of which I bought a while back, and then a smaller version, which is this one here, and it's quite interesting. There again, I worked several years in tool and die, so I was kind of a little sketchy about the steel that they used in this, but you know, where they have it annealed just right, pretty impressed with it. Uses a D2 steel. But anyways, let's get off that and get back onto our project. Some stiletto. Actually, no, that does not fall under the same jurisdiction. A stiletto is technically a spring-assisted knife as well. However, it comes out on the side. Those are actually illegal in Indiana. However, the spring assist like this actually is not. And for whatever reason, just for an example, so if it were to go off in your pocket, you know, it just is going to fall back down in there. However, give it a light tug, it stays right there, and goes back. So that's the little mechanism that allows it to be legal, at least in the state that I'm in. With Bluetooth coax, you never know, it might. And also, this is a Stinger brand coax, so it's just a tinned copper, but this is not copper clad. I repeat, it is not copper clad. And that's one of the other things too that here lately I've noticed is you've got many places that are selling large gauge wire for an incredible price. And what you're actually coming up with is a copper clad wire. Speaking of copper clad, now your ground is actually pure copper. These are copper clad. So kind of a no bueno. I mean, it does work, but you lose a lot. Going back to your surface area, you know, DC is nothing more than the same, if you will, in the same sense as the RF, where you have what's called skin effect. So the harder the current draw is, the more saturated the wire is, because the voltage actually rides on the outside, and as you draw more and more current, it collapses inside the copper and saturates the copper. So it's one of those things that, like I said, it's pretty interesting. But a person can actually spend a lifetime just in antennas alone. It is just phenomenal as far as going back to your antennas, the skin effect, how it changes based on the frequency. Let's see, what did you think of the copper mine? Oh, that was a phenomenal piece as far as the copper mine. Now we also are, if I can get it spit out. We are also getting ready to go into December, which for the last 4 or 5 years, which we've already had one treat, which was the SB 220. I know that he's also winding down for this fiscal year. That also means that he's got something up his sleeve that we will see very, very soon. The first couple of years that I watched him, and I don't care how long you've been into the business and relationship to radios, or how much stuff you actually do your own self. It is always a treat to see what he comes up with next. So I'm kind of looking forward to his year-end video. But also, since we're coming to the end or the close, and that's something that I've got to look into, and that is Christmas giveaway. I've been doing that now for about 3 years. So, but I think I've only done one of them where I actually did the build to start with, as far as from scratch for Christmas. Tried to do that a little more often. So this year I'm getting very, very close, and I'm not quite as pressed, especially with having the 4-day weekend that I'm blessed with this go around. Now that doesn't mean that I'm going to be in here all 4 days, obviously, because we had the holiday that I spent with my family yesterday. So with that in mind, I have something that I've got to come up with this year for another giveaway. For those of you that like giveaways. Now, I didn't hear much back from the last one that got the biggest one as of yet, and I probably am not going to go much larger than that if I ever do again, which is a 4. It was actually a 2x4 that we did a giveaway on. So with that in mind, I don't know what you guys would like to see for a year-end special. Oh, you added the ground lug. Oh, okay. Well, regardless, as far as the ground lug, like I said, this is the good stuff. The other stuff, not so much. But that's all, that's all irrelevant at this point now. So. this out a little bit more. Okay, now where we've got our wire all fanned out, it should give you more than enough on the ground. The original builder, I'm not sure. You know, I know a little bit of the history on this one here, guys. But the last person that I'm aware of had taken care of a lot of the issues. You know, some of this is just upgrades. As far as that goes, the biggest thing originally when John and I were talking about this was the fact that he decided he wanted something that he could do sideband with. So, since he already had the amplifier, we went ahead and made some modifications. We've added the biasing for that. Some of it we've done nothing but just a little cleanup and a few minor modifications. I know, you need a pink 29 for Christmas. You never know. I still haven't actually come across another one, unfortunately. Yeah, I know, I should have sold you the other one. It was one of those situations. It was the right time at the right moment, and I decided to let it go. Because you were after that for what? Jeez. I think you pestered me for that for about 1.5 years, 2 years, something like that. There we go. All right. Now before I install these, because I've already got enough in my, it's going to be in my way, where I got to jibber jabbering. Let's see. Let's take a look. I need to go ahead and get these put in as well. And it's easier to do it before I put the other 3 cables in. Not that they're really going to be in the way, but it'll still be less to move around, which is reinstall our flybacks. And speaking of builders, which I guess this has been a pretty good week here. This week I've actually got to talk to 2 guys that are probably the most incredibly busy builders in the business. One of which we just heard, which is Mr. Miller, and the other one is Charger, who is the founder of Fat Boy. So it has been an absolutely awesome week for me, where I've been able to talk to both of them. Doesn't happen very often, especially to get a call from Charger, because he almost never answers the phone. So just to even have a physical callback or a call from him, like I said, it was a very, very big treat. Both gentlemen that I'm talking about, again, are two of the absolute busiest in the business that I actually know personally. So, like I said, I consider it a treat whenever I'm able to get any of their time away from their builds. And I don't like that. Go. Also, John, since we had it this far apart, I went ahead and did some touch-up solder as well, since we were in the middle of cleaning and polishing and doing some of the other little things to your amplifier. I went ahead and just went over all your solder joints as far as on the transistors and across for your transformers here, just to make sure that everything is all copacetic. Not that anything really was all that needed, but just kind of slick things up and what have you. Just allows for a little bit more of a pretty amplifier. Plus, we both know that everything is as good as it can be when we send it back to you. Okay, Charles. Crazy, crazy, crazy. But speaking of technology and things that have changed, and some of the archaic methods, which I know Luke gets a kick out of me because of the fact that I still deal with a lot of the archaic methods. Part of that's what I was taught. That's what I go off of. So when there's something new, it takes me a little bit to get used to. But now, Charles, I know you were over here. Let me grab a few of these, since we were doing feedbacks. All right. Now then, I have slowly moved away from certain parts. Certain parts I still use because I like them, some not. This was actually a discussion that me and another builder got into, where people have questioned some of the different parts. Okay, this is a 2-watt resistor. I've used these, almost 10 years. It's been that long ago. This is also a 2-watt focus camera. Okay, this is also a 2-watt resistor. There is a physical length and diameter difference. Both are 1% tolerant. And because of the fact that we're here in America, we're going to use the English standard. Okay, so this part is approximately, and I usually go up because it's easier. So this is from essentially 0, if you will, the 1 to 2 is actually an inch. So if you look at that, that's just under a half an inch in the length versus what a lot of people have used. And I used these about 10 years ago, and actually just now went up to a little bit more. Okay, so we're just under a half an inch. Here we are just under 5/8 of an inch. We're almost 5/8, but essentially you're looking at almost an 1/8 of an inch difference in the overall length. It's crazy. It's crazy. Now the other side of that is the diameter. But with all the technology that we've had in relationship to parts changing and going now down to the SMT and SMD products, basically all the micro components. If we measure this one at the largest point of it, it is 155 thousandths of an inch. We can get it to focus. Versus the old China made, which is at 182 thousandths. So you're looking at approximately, we're just going to call it 30 thousandths of an inch. So it's about a 64th of an inch in diameter difference, which there again doesn't really make a big difference. 2 watts is still 2 watts. It's a different format. Now I've only got a pair of these left, which will be probably put into a 2-pill somewhere along the lines. For the most part, I typically only use a 2-watt resistor in a 2-pill. Everything else I use 3 and 5 watt parts, based on where it's at in the circuit. So I know Luke's been trying to get me to just put all 5 watt in everything, and I may one day. Certain builds I will, based on what it is, but for the most part, this is what will be in a 2-pill. So these actually are one that I may even phase completely out, and the only reason why is because these actually cost me more per piece than what is now a 3-watt resistor, and I don't have any more 3-watt like the old style. These are actually made here in the US versus the Chinesium that most of us have used for a lot of builds, me included. But they do work very, very well. So you're going to start seeing a lot more pink, if you will, pink resistors in a lot of different amplifier builds, which are now about the size of the original 2-watt resistors. So if you actually see something like that, don't freak out, guys. There are other builders now that are slowly moving over to different types of resistors for different reasons. Some of it's cost, some of it is we're tired of some of the China-made stuff that we get. So again, slowly going away. I thought that would be just a kind of a neat little reference to kind of give you guys. Yeah, unfortunately, SMD is becoming the future, which phases a lot of the people out of doing DIY projects. That's probably the only part of it that really has me kind of bummed out, because we don't have enough people that will go back and spend the time to make some of their own projects or what have you, nowadays we have to build it. So, build our own projects based on what we're doing, or buy them, I should say, or find somebody that has enough patience to build with that. Okay, Art, I'm sorry, buddy. I didn't realize that you were signing off, but you take care and have a great evening. Yeah, anymore, it's actually becoming to that. Granted, now I've got a couple of oscilloscopes, one of which is about $3,000 for the Tektronix, and then I've got my little $300 unit, which I've been debating on actually transitioning, since, like I said, some of the radio repair work I'm actually going to try to get away from, which I've got that one for basically only one purpose. I may actually go ahead and get rid of that. Yeah, my eyes don't work quite as well as they used to since the diabetes either. So that's also another reason why. Let me get some ferrite for this. Bear with me. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see. Oh, by the way, Early, I think, if I remember right, you and I were talking the other day about certain parts that we were ordering where we couldn't get. Yeah, good, that work. We couldn't get in certain quantities, and I brought that to attention, and they are supposed to have on the website. That is something that should be changed now, or if not, it will be very shortly. For whatever that's worth to you. No, actually, the simple thing like this. Where we could only get like 10 at a time. Like I said, that's something that I know you and I have talked about. And in a brief interlude that I was able to have, like I said, I talked to him, and that was one of the quick things that I was able to fit in before we finalized our conversation. That in there, I need to get some more solder. That is 43, by the way, just so that you know. Okay. Ah, now for the hard part. What do I like to build? Believe it or not, some of the ones that I enjoy the most is actually a very simplistic 4-pill. That's probably the one that I like the most, but also at the same token, this is going to take me a little bit here. You know, I like just about all of them. I like the ones without biasing best, for whatever that's worth to you. But at the same token, I've got a biased amplifier that I use for my own personal use too, for whenever I decide I want to talk sideband. Yeah, yeah, and there's some truth to that. Um, I do have another 6 pill that I'll be doing eventually here. I've got it started, and I've had it started for some time. Um, the reason why most will say that is because of the fact that it is kind of the bastard build. Um, Now, the one that I absolutely won't do, since we now have the HGs that we're all working with, is the 10 pill. For whatever reason, they will play nice with each other as long as it is a. I just don't like where it's laying. Um, the HGs for some reason don't play well as a 10 pill. I know several people that have built them, and they continuously cuss a 10 pill. So that's one of them that I've done one of with the HGs, and they work, like I said, they work totally different. I don't know how else to put it. All right, so since that one's being a pain, just reroute it a little different. This connector is kind of getting full, and then trying to run it through that secondary ferrite. Which I don't do very often, but I do on occasions. Now, 2x8's not too bad. I've built several of those over the years. I'd say probably one of the ones that I have enjoyed the most overall, besides the 4 pill, actually would be a 16 pill. That's probably the next one. The next one that I would say is probably my favorite. And again, everybody's got their own version of what they prefer. Okay. Now we got that taken care of. Here comes the fun part. Since these are so doggone long, it looks nice, guys, but this is a pain to do. When it's this long. And so we don't lose a whole lot in the length. These are actually going to be kind of a loose braid. So there is a way to do it with 6, but it has been so long. There's some of these guys that you don't do it. Yeah, like I said, there is a lot of different techniques, but I personally like braiding the wires myself, just because it helps hold them together without having to use 50 million zip ties. There's still going to be zip ties on this since we're doing individual braids. Yeah, typically most people ask for about 3 feet, and that's not bad at all to do this with. But the 6 foot, and part of it has to do with the fact that we don't have enough. Most women are. There's definitely no doubt about that. My ex-wife used to be incredibly good when it came to, especially if I had something like this. You know, she would look at it in retrospective hair, which now she was a hairstylist. So, you know, she could sit there and braid this in like 30 seconds. But yeah, I could sit there, and that's one of the things that I could sit there and watch her do for hours. You know, and she could do it like, okay, what's next? You got anything harder for me? So definitely unique. Of course, also the other thing too, like I said, she was a lot better at it than I was. Bear with me, guys. I know I'm out of the picture here, but Okay. Whew. I think we're only half done. Yeah, and I've done that on occasions too. It depends on what it is that I'm working on and how many wires. Now you also have to remember BBI. He's done, geez, he's done more in the last 5 years than I've probably done in the last 15 on the builds, and that's if you only count what he's done in the 12-volt world, where he does so much with the AC. And I think I've seen him do that a few times on some of the AC boxes, where you've got a multitude of various voltages in relationship to, you've got your screen voltage, you got your bias voltage, obviously you got your high voltage, and then you've got your heater, your heaters that go along with that. So there is just an enormous amount of different circuitry that goes along with building the tube type amplifiers. And eventually I would like to kind of step into that again. I've built a few amps over the years as far as the old sweep tube amps, but there really isn't a call for a sweep tube amp, especially whenever you consider the cost of that versus the cost of building even a small one tube steel amplifier that'll do anywhere from 5 to 10 times the amount of output power for the same cost as, for example, building, let's just say a DNA 400. I think the DNA 400 is the 10 tube, or what's called the Phantom. All right, so got the black out of the way. Oh. Don't worry, John, I'll cuss you late at night. Just kidding, buddy. It's all part of it. No, I can't say that I do. Speaking of Buddy, though, haven't seen Buddy Rose in there for a while. I know he's had a lot of health issues here lately. I actually need to check in with him and see how he's faring with everything. I know there's several of us that he's actually an admin for. Yeah, the 3 braids aren't bad. It's been a while since I've done the 4 braid. That's another one that's it's easy and it's hard at the same time. The more braids you add, especially if you don't braid hair or something where you use that on a regular basis, it definitely takes time to remember. There's times where I have to go back if I really want to braid something, and that's one of the wonderful things about internet and YouTube, is there is always somebody out there doing something unique. For example, like rope braids. I don't know how it is around some of the areas in which you guys are around, which is with paracord. I've got a buddy of mine that he used to do, and I guess he still does. It's not done it in a while here lately. That does a lot of braiding with the paracord, which is really no different than what I'm doing here. It's one of the things that I just never got into, which is the braiding of it. But they'll take anywhere from one to maybe 6 or 7 different leads and come up with all kinds of different designs. So, but most of the time, the reason why I prefer to braid, especially a power cord, number one, it kind of keeps it, especially whenever you got something like this, it keeps it all together. However, another good reason to do it is for noise reduction. For example, back in the world of automotive and car audio, it actually helps because you can, if you braid it, it actually helps cancel out noise, believe it or not. Most noise is created by some form of an AC signal. Your AC signals, whenever you have a signal coming down a wire, especially on RCA cables, and you'll see where a lot of places will try to sell you braided RCA cables, and there's actually a reason. Believe it or not, there's actually a reason behind it, and that is, in theory, noise cancels noise, I think is the way it was put to me. Okay. There's that. Not wrong or indifferent. Okay. Yes. Yep, one wire will cancel out the other, essentially. That's the theory behind it. Now, let's see. So those are together. Yes, I do. I do crimp and solder. Okay. Now, we'll take our braided wires, we'll twist, and then I'll put a couple of zip ties along the way to hold it. Damn it, John. It's down here. Closer. Right. I'm not too concerned about where that one's at because I can always cut it off later. Do. 5,000 zip ties later. Oh, no, it ain't gonna be no 5,000, but still gonna be quite a few of them. But for aesthetics and for consistency, I'm just using the width of my hand is what I'm doing as far as for the zip ties. So we'll get that all cleaned off here in just a minute. Good God. Is your mind always in the gutter? Jeez, oh Pete. Oh, speaking of which, 3. I made an order yesterday. I figure today's what, Friday? I should see it Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. I don't know how their shipping schedule is. I made an order where I am always in the search for better components. They're kind of pricey. I mean, they're not really, but they kind of are. That's one of the things that we've got to kind of figure out. But I think because of where we are limited on space on certain amplifiers, you can only use basically about a 10 amp, essentially a 10 amp relay for certain things. And where I've not really had a good source for good, what I call really good relays. Some things I went overkill with 30 amp relays because, well, the damn things work. I ordered about a dozen new relays. I've been looking for a couple of different outlets on them based on the part number that I found. So I'm going to take a look at them. I may even send you one of them for you to kind of give me your feedback on. And at that point, I will make a determination of what I think about them. See what your thoughts are. If so, I'll turn you on to where I got them at. Which, if you're like me, you still like free stuff once in a while. Close up for the moment. All right. But one thing's for sure and two's for certain, I won't have a problem reaching my outlet with this. I'm sure I do, even if I gotta make room. Something I don't know if you'll use them or not. Yeah. As part of your Christmas, there's about $250, $300 worth of capacitors, different various values. One of which is like a 220. I know that you'll use those from time to time. Some 91s. I went ahead and just throw that in there because it was the only one of its kind. I've got a little 10 puff 50 volt. I know you've been playing around with a little bit of radios, and I've got thousands of these. So I went ahead and pulled those, throw those in there. There's some 120s in there. Geez, I don't know. But this is, like I said, this is just some of the excess where I just literally have ran out of room for parts. But that one I've got set off to the side for you. Let's see. Where's the last gift that I sent you? Oh, it's over here. There's one of them, one of the three. Your little kitty. I'd have to move too much stuff to get to the other one. But like I said, that's just one. Let's see here. Yeah, like I said, I'm not going to run out for a while. This is the overstock. There's one bag, 2 bags, 10 puff to 110, 3, 4, You know, this is the stuff that won't fit in my trays. But that big yellow toolbox, this is where they're sitting at, is up on top. Well, I can guarantee you that what you've seen here, that's probably a droplet to what Luke has just in his stock. All right. Now let's see. Depending on how somebody put this one together. Do. Yeah, I figured that that would be something you could use. But those are some of them that I've got like 3, 4, 5 bags of the same value. Give credit where credit's due. That's nice. Yeah, I was trying to think of something that you'd like and something that you could use on a regular basis. I know that, well, you'll be able to use those for sure. I know some values you're not going to use real often, but at the same time, I know that there's some of those values that some of them are kind of hard to find. And some of them that are in there, I will tell you ahead of time, they are DM10s. They're not all DM15s and DM19s, but there is a lot of DM10s in there, but they are rated for 300 volts. So based on, you know, where they're going at into the circuit, which I need to put that up, you should still be able to use all of them. Good evening, Tracy. No, pass to the right. As long as you don't pass it my way on the left-handed cigarettes. Okay. Dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Okay. Since we're doing this up different, John, do you want me to send that with you as far as whenever I send you back your amp? I mean, if not, I'm just gonna, you know, throw it over in the pile of wire, you know, if you know, unless you want it back. There's that. Okay. I didn't figure as much, but I like to try to ask. Okay, that's all charged up. Let's see. Yep. Yeah, I got some other miscellaneous that I'm gonna probably send you to early. I just haven't had time to go through some of the other stuff. You know, just for an example, I know I've got like 2 or 3 different. I usually buy this stuff by the roll, and I've got some that's only got like 2 or 3 feet left on certain rolls or whatever. I'll probably throw you in some heat shrink by the time it's all said and done. I hate to hear that, Tracy. Hopefully she'll recover fine on that. Yeah, I will. Yeah, I'll actually do that whenever I get to that point. I'm going to put the ends on, and we're actually going to do just a few more things to the amplifier, and I will actually do the pre-test on that probably tomorrow. That way I can go ahead and move on to the other projects for the evening, and then, because that's typically one of the few things that I typically don't do, is the final tune in relationship to the amplifier as far as online. So that's one of those things that just it is what it is. Some people will do all kinds of different things, but where everything changes from from different build to different build, like you said, I'll have to test the test the biasing, which I'm pretty sure it's going to turn out right where I want it to be. But again, that still doesn't mean that it doesn't need to be pre-tested. Actually, before I get too wild and crazy, once I get that hot, I will want to go ahead and do what I need to. That way I don't have to reheat it a second or third time. I didn't know your mom was having problems with that early. I hate to hear that, buddy. And I know about some of the other health issues that you have to deal with. Stripping the wire. Yeah, I know they make wire strippers for that. I guess where I was a teenager, I didn't have wire strippers available to me on a real regular basis. I guess that's the reason why I've used my pocket knife for so much of it over the years. This wire is so fine a braid. Oh yeah, I'd forgot all about that as far as yeah, the one person. Uh, man, yeah, I don't even know. I mean, my mother passed away here several years ago. I guess whether it be your mother, your child, or anything like that, yeah, that I hadn't even considered that. That actually makes it absolutely horrible. Yeah. Sometimes it's hard to associate who I've talked with about some of the different things. It's one of the things I was kind of thinking about, and I know that actually kind of came up in conversation earlier today. Um, my daughter my daughter finally got her driving permit, and she passed away back when my daughter was like 9. Geez, Pete, man, that's been 10 years ago. I think, no, 9 years ago. And one of the things that I'm very grateful that my mother gave it to me just literally a few days before she passed, because I was really in a situation where I really needed a vehicle, just something absolutely horrid. Granted, hers needed a lot of work, but it ran and it got me from point A to point B. Well, over the years, I have done a lot of maintenance to it and repair work and what have you, and got it back into good service, and drove it for several years. Since I got me a new car last year, I went ahead and gave it to my daughter since she got her learner's permit. So we were out driving today, and it's one of the things that she'd made comments on too, is she didn't, she's not got a whole lot of anything for her grandmother, but she was so incredibly happy to just know that she's got grandma's old car, which is my Blazer that I drove for several years up until I got the new one here last year. Still got my old truck that I've had for the last 20 years, but that poor thing, she's on her last legs. So I wanted my daughter to have something decent to start out with. I spoke with my brother here yesterday. He called for Thanksgiving, which I haven't been able to talk to him much here in the last 6 months, and I guess this last week, I guess he got diagnosed with that coronavirus, and they've done all kinds of different things in relationship to X-rays and what have you, and they told him that his lungs look like glass. He's not on a ventilator yet, but I'm hoping that all turns out well there. This is one of the few connectors that you guys won't ever see me actually crimp, generally speaking, and part of that has to do with the fact that I will do that little twist and solder the braids of wire together, mainly because it's such a small amount. You're only looking at maybe 100, 115 amps typically, as far as for current draw, which is usually not enough to heat these to the point where you're ever going to see them come apart and lose physical bond on them. Although I have seen people crimp them, they've drilled little holes, they've soldered them. There's multiple different ways of doing it. I prefer to actually just solder these in once they actually are done, just so that if I need to release and reutilize the connector, or the customer does, that it's something that they can do at home with something as small as just a regular torch. Yeah, 3. I know you've had. I know you've had a lot going on too here this year. Done with that, I think, for now. Shaving some of the lead off, and yet this is the same knife that I'll use to fix myself a sandwich. uh, I know it's horrible to say that too. Yep. Like I said, we're not drawing, it's not like we're drawing 250, 300 amps here. I mean, if you're going to get into something really crazy like that, I do have and even at that, you're not looking at being hydraulically crimped and soldered at this point. However, you are looking at having them soldered. But usually I'll go ahead and I'll bring the wires together, I'll solder them, and then I'll actually use welding connections, for whenever we go up to essentially the equivalency of 1/aught cable, so that you have as close to a direct and permanent fixed point, and instead of just a normal contact point, you physically have got your locking mechanism here. I believe these, they don't bottom 100% out, but they do catch on the bottom edge, and then you've got the physical connection all the way around here on the brass terminals, where everything's pulled and locked in together. So these are a great connector for some serious amp draw. But usually on the small stuff, I mean, I've used these same 175 amp connectors. Usually I stop at an 8 pil with these, and then go over to the other style. Part of it has to do with cost and the fact that these are much easier for the average person. Now, if you're looking to do something a little bit more crazy with your stuff, for example, competition, yeah, then we would go to the next stage, even on something as small as a 6 pil, even a 4 pil. I've got some people that want those style, so I've actually got 2 different ones that I carry on those. Another one which is small enough that you can actually use for the 4 pil. If you're going into a competition amplifier that you really are going to draw down hard on it, even though it's going to be just for a brief set of time, you want absolutely every possible edge you can get. So, but for the most part, these are adequate for most applications. See, somebody was coming in there. Yeah. That's what I thought he was going to say. He's not going to get excited. That is Pee Wee that you're hearing in the background on the radio. And he is in Nashville, Indiana, which is about 40 miles north of where I'm located. Tighten it down a little bit more. Yeah. It's going to take a little bit more. It's also the difference between copper clad and copper, because of where copper actually spreads out a little bit more when it comes to your heat. Makes all the difference in the world. I need a little bit more in there. I didn't need as much as I thought. There we go. And for those of you that want to solder those on there, besides pre-tinning the wires, which is a great thing to do, if you noticed, I actually dipped that wire and was dunking it like you would an Oreo. And the reason why is because of the fact that you want the hot melted liquid to actually go ahead and wick its way, because you actually do want heat on the outside of the wire, but you also want it to go ahead and wick into what's already there. You know, you actually want to use that wicking action so that you know that you get a good physical bond anytime you're doing a solder job like that. The nice thing is this one's cool enough that I can go ahead and put the heat shrink right back over top of it. Just a little bit more. Good deal. Okay. As long as you did your best, then it's definitely a great way to go. Which I do know that you put your heart and soul into everything you put together early. Now, if you wouldn't work so hard to get out of work and take the trash out like Amy asks, all would be right with the world. Yeah, this year I have been on one heck of a time crunch. Trying to do the most simplest of things anymore. I think that one quite clicked in, but I guess it did. Here we go. That's the second clip that I wanted to hear. Good. Good, good, good. I know she does. Well, good evening, Hambone. Doing good, George. Doing good, buddy. All right, so get that out of the way. Let's throw this over here in the pile. Okay. And let's grab. There they are. That's what I thought. All right. John, do you need one? Do you need a small pigtail made up for your power supply, buddy? I know I've got a lag here on the communications. Yes, no, tell me later. Okay. Make it up. Yeah. All right. Give me just a second here. Let me and grab some connections and cut some wire for that. Okie dokie. May have to go up to the next size. Start with, yep. I would go 6'9" because I think if I remember right early, you wind up either right at 6'8". You're like plus or minus a half an inch if I remember right. I haven't made any up for a while, but I actually need to make some up yet for another customer. So I've got like four of those cables to make yet. So yeah, let me cut the wires because I may have to go a bigger gauge in order to get everything in. Let me grab my cutters here. Bear with me, guys. I'm on the other side of the room cutting the wire. Okay. Mentioned 7/8 Helix. I don't think I've seen that one. Let me see where I'm at here. Get back in the conversation while I have my back turned. Let's see. Coax to the antennas. Let's see. On eBay, 170 feet. I didn't know you went with inch and 7/8 Helix early. Yep. Now on the RG400, now there are two variations of the RG400. But yeah, Chris, that's what I was going to say. Is they do make reducers for that. Unfortunately, on the antenna side of things, that is where I am definitely lacking some skills. In retrospect, to pull that out too. Antennas, because that's just something I never got into. You can spend as much time formulating, designing, and creating and building something that looks, and I'm going to say the word looks, as simple as an antenna, till you get into the whole calculations, mathematics, and then figuring your wave pattern, placement, like Luke was talking earlier, in relationship to the water table. There is so many things that actually go into an antenna itself. You could spend years literally learning just nothing but just antennas. And I know just enough to get me in trouble when it comes to antennas. That was one of the things that I actually considered. Well, they make specialized connectors for it. That's just like I've got RG217 that goes here on the workbench. I've got RG217 that goes from the watt meters that circles back around and goes over to the 5,000 watt bird dummy load that I've got. So that I probably will never have to worry about, but just in case, let's see if I can find it. Of course, I wasn't looking for it. It should be right here. And where is it hiding? It's not there. That's where my VDI transformers are. Ah, there it is. It's off one drawer. Okay, this is the connector for the RG217, which is a two-piece connector. You know, where it'll actually physically screw down onto the coax itself. Allows you to go ahead and solder it here, solder your center, and then this actually slides back over top of it and allows you to go ahead and hook up to a standard SO239. So, like I said, there is a similar, I'm not going to say it's exactly the same because it's been too many years, but it is a similar type connector to this. Now this one happens to be silver Teflon, which the connector itself, now this is just the RG217, and this was still like 16 bucks just for the connector. Yeah, I've got a 100-foot piece. Unfortunately, it's too long for one application and it's too short for the other. There we go. Which coax is 285 a foot, Squirrel? Oh, okay, the 216. Oh, we'll grab this. I usually poke those in there just enough to where I know they'll stay in the connector and hold for whenever I really need to use them. Actually, I got that from a local gun shop. Is where I got that one from. Do you even carry a pocket knife, Early? No, this is not a cheap hobby. It can be as cheap as you want it to be, but it can also be as expensive as owning a house. But you like that one. Well, if you like it, they have got 3 basic sizes. This is not the most expensive brand name, but it is a fairly decent one. Some of them go as high as, now this company doesn't, but some of the ones that I've looked at over the last year, this one's about 130, $140. But it has a lifetime warranty. They use a D2 steel, which is, like I said, that was one of those that kind of threw me because of working in the days of tool and die. Typically, your A2 is classified as a cutting steel versus your D2. However, whenever you normalize the steel, the D2 actually works really good for a pocket knife. The reason why they don't use the A2, which it took me a little bit of time to process that because of what I was always taught in tool and die, was, you know, A2 is a better cutting steel. Well, it is, but it's also more brittle. And for a pocket knife, that's the one thing that you don't want, is a knife that is brittle. Yeah, this one is actually made by Cobra Tech. And they've got 4 sizes. This is next to the smallest one. I've got the next size up, this one, and then they make a smaller one and a larger one. So, like I said, they've got 4 different sizes, and I've got 2 of the 4 that are in the middle size range, which generally for typical pocket use, usually just the really small one is adequate for most of what I need. But I've been giving this blade a pretty good workout, not just tonight, but at work. Like I said, I've just been kind of curious as to just how good it really is. Dead key. How do I close the knife? That's an easy one too. That's the main reason why I've actually found that this has been a great tool for my job. Because a lot of times I've got one-handed. There's just a little slide on the side. Okay, let me grab a little piece of wood because we're going to go ahead and drill these, because these are going to get hydraulically crimped and soldered. Be kind of like Christmas. You'll shoot your eye out. In this case, you cut your finger off early. That, or you'd hurt yourself playing with it. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad that I've actually heard that from somebody. That's what I grew up with the old saying too. You have to give me a penny. Let's see, it's after 10, so they probably went down to channel 23. Yep. Guys out. I think that's the guys I need. Yep. Could be early, could be. What have you got that you built back in '93? Yeah, this is a wonderful little tool. Apparently, I need to put a drop of super glue back down in there for the magnet. It's going to be a pain. I've had this thing for like 3 years and I've never had that magnet. Oh, that'll be fun. We will have to find that later. As it goes across the room. Okay. I got super glue all over my fingers. I may be able to go down to the next size. Cool. See, 20 LF6 tubes. Yeah, I know that they still exist on the 20 LFs. Yeah, I know I was saying go to the right too, but I don't want to pull everything that's there in that corner out. But but yeah, the 20 LF6s, antique tube supply is where I would send you. Have to get some MEK later on this evening. It's going to bug the living tar out of me. $20 LF6. 20 LF6. I believe that is a Mako piece. I know Mako used to use some of those. That's actually the piece of what I was looking for earlier. Let's get this mess here cleaned up a little bit. So, all right. Wow, that is a lot of tubes on the 6LF, 6LF, 20LF. Wow. That is a phenomenal amount of tubes. And tomorrow's Saturday? Yeah. Surprised none of the kids have come out to check on dear old dad to see if they might be getting hungry or anything. I know there's turkey left. Of course, I have one thing in the refrigerator that's an acquired taste, but I grew up on it for every turkey day, which is oyster dressing. I kind of like it anyways. Said it's kind of an acquired taste, but it's one of those you either like it or you don't. Yeah, that's okay. When they need something, then that's whenever they show up. Here we go. Oysters are gross. Dude, where you live at, you're right off the Gulf Coast, and you're telling me that you don't like oysters. Gee, Christmas. I'm not saying that I like oysters on the half shell. I like oyster stew, oyster dressing. Let's put that one in just a little too much. So we'll trim off a small piece. This is the worst part about it, is just trying to get them all fit in there. Somebody there on sideband or huh. I don't know who that is. Never heard that voice. Oh Lord. I'm not even going to show that comment early.
Yeah, it does. And if you smoke in here, like I do, then it gets smoke on it. But oh, well, it is what it is.
There's nothing wrong with a little hot sauce either on them.
Keeps the smoke out of it, though. But I need to
Okay.
run so much stuff in here, so it's supposed to be really good fruit.
I caught and made tuna dip. What the heck is tuna dip? A meatball sub waiting on you. Let's turn that back down. You know, I should have took stock in copper. Or lead, I should say. Copper. Well, copper wouldn't have been bad too, but you know, just in solder, Jiminy Christmas. Do. This wire's just a hair heavier. And it's just for plug. Still want to get it touched up here at the base. Buttermilk pie kind of guy. Okay. Cream cheese seasoning. Okay. Not real sure about that, but that up a little bit tighter this go around.
Okay. It's almost little fine doll hairs that are sticking out. How many doll hairs is it? Don't know. I don't plan on counting. That they are. They're a diabetic coma paradise. Diabetics coma paradise. One down, one to go. Hopefully I didn't lose too much solder on the edges. Not enough to worry about. This way everything will match. Unfortunately, I need to order some more. I keep forgetting about it, and then I got to order transistors and everything else. It's just like the last order for transistors I placed. Geez, oh Pete's. I know Luke was talking about it there again. You know, you're looking at $2,500, $2,500 to $3,000 for transistors, and that is just, it sounds crazy. It really does whenever you stop and think about it. That person spends that kind of money. Well, good night, Squirrel. You take care, buddy, if you're getting out of there. You have to work tomorrow. All right, buddy. Take care. Have a great weekend, what's left of it. Got the last little frayed edges here.
Let's see. 99.3.
Yeah, I know you're going to be thinking and dreaming of Little Fat Girls 3. God love you.
That is crazy.
Crazy when you stop and think how much dead blasted solder you go through. Of course, I usually order one extra roll of solder every so often just to make sure that I don't run out. The small stuff, I don't think I'm ever going to run out of it anytime soon.
The 455s, you'll actually have pretty good luck out of those. You know, as far as on the C's, if it's your first 2-pill, I do not recommend playing with the C's right out of the gate. They use an extraordinarily different tune, and I have seen 3 versions of those come into the shop, and all 3 of them are quite a bit different. And even with what I came up with, mine differs from a couple of the other guys. So I mean, that's not one I would recommend on the 2879Cs. Yeah, I mean, everybody does get to learn. That's the best part about it, is learning. But like I said, if it's your first one, I don't recommend using that particular transistor right out of the gate.
Yeah, there's no sheet data, and there's like I said, it's an incredibly unusual animal. I've had some people say, "Oh, well, there's no difference. There's no difference." Yeah, there's a lot of difference. One particular builder I know, he builds with them exclusively now, and there again, he's played with them long enough, off and on, and experimented. He's happy with his results and his particular format. I've played with a couple of them as far as on my own builds. I'm still in that undecided point, to be honest with you. I do have some extras ordered as far as coming up, and that's one of the things that I'm actually going to go back and revisit myself in relationship to the tune, and I'm actually going to build another amplifier with those a little bit larger than the first two that I've built, and kind of see what kind of format that they do and some of the other characteristics of them. So like I said, I mean, I wouldn't, I've been putting these things together for, geez, 16, 17 years as far as on the transistorized, and longer if you count the old sweep tube amps. And like I said, even with all the people that are building out there, although you've got kind of a respectable base to go off of with YouTube anymore, like I said, it's just a whole nother animal. Yeah, you're right on that, 3. I don't think data sheet. Now the first two I've built, I have not tried. I used a archaic method in relationship to the way I tuned out the first two. Mainly because of the fact that there was no data sheet. And like I said, what I came up with was kind of unusual. I know Fat Cat, he's played with those right around the same, roughly right around the same time. Oh, okay. The 6 bill. That's pretty impressive. Like I said, I know Fat Cat, I'd already played with the C's a little bit, and helped Fat Cat a little bit as far as giving him a couple of different directions to go with the C's. I mean, he's took off and he's been using them, I know, on several builds here lately. But if you're interested in the C's, one of the bigger builders that I would recommend watching a lot of, in retrospect to the C's, would be Denny Frechette. Our Chicago 123. I think he's built with those. Yeah, there's probably only 2 builders that I know of that build with those a lot. Him being one of them that, like I said, he's went pretty much exclusively onto using the 2879Cs. So I mean, he's pretty impressed with them. But that would be one of the people that I would probably pick his brain. Okay. There we go. Just till it's ready to puke. Shut up, Early. I know you've got a comment somewhere. Let's see, 1x2, 650, 400 RMS. Yeah, no, I haven't tried building a 1x2 with those. I'm going to try another style of amplifier first before I go into building the, you know, a 1x2 with them. I know the last 1x2 that I built for actually one of my locals here about a year, a little bit over a year ago. It's actually good. I guess it's been about a year and a half ago now. He gets about 300, 325 out of his, but now he's not driving it very hard. He's only got a Cobra 148, but he's actually using. And like I said, you know, so I mean, he's not driving it to its fullest potential, and it's got the regular 2879s in it. So, what did you think of those, Early? I know that's something that you and I haven't really talked a whole lot or discussed in great depth yet, is the 2879Cs. I don't know what your takes on them. I don't know if it's a transistor that you would take it or leave it, or yeah, that's kind of what I've noticed too. There's not, you know, there's not a whole lot of difference. Now, the one power supply that I've got that I can actually vary the voltage on, now it will only let me go up to, I think, 15, like 15.5, I think is the maximum on it. but that's the way I've got it set. Now, granted, it's only a 100 amp power supply, so I can't really run anything larger than a 4-pill on that. That's the biggest thing that everybody keeps saying is that they'll take more drive, which, you know, on the C's I've only built with those on a couple different amplifiers. I don't even think I did a YouTube video on them. One of them that kind of impressed me that I did do was a 1-pill. Now, I was pretty impressed with it in a 1-pill application, running it at what I call a nominal 14.5. All right. Well, that went in just like butter. There we go, big guy. You're ready to rock and roll now. And the oh, that goes on that. I seen your other one was marked with red and black on it. That's something I actually started doing a few months ago, so I was actually kind of surprised to see that you did that. But I actually kind of like that idea because it gives you another mental reference that you're plugging it in the correct way, especially if you get something that somebody has sold you or vice versa. So it's kind of weird. Let's see, Abraham, 17 volts. Let's see, the guy is still running it, 7 months now. Well, that's good. Dun, 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 dun. I don't have it in paint marker, but I do have it in marker. It's all just for reference. Yeah, I didn't even notice that you did the back that way. That's funny. Well, they say great minds think alike, right? Alrighty. Wow, have I really been on here for almost 5 hours? Wow. That's crazy, guys. Might be the reason why my stomach's telling me it's dinner time. Alrighty. So let's recap where we're at. Like I said, I've got to do the tune. I am going to put your original cap in there. Once I get a mental note here. Need my glasses. Okay. That way I've got a mental note. Because like I said, I'm sure that this is going to change because of the biasing, and there's going to be one other cap change that will be needed on this as well. Where I've extended the input coaxes. That also changes the inductance of the input. Okay. So, now that we're at a good stopping point, like I said, I'll go ahead and, like I said, I'm going to go ahead and make some checks on the biasing. Like I said, I've only got this tacked in here for test purposes right now. Chances are this is going to change a little bit, and the tune here are probably the three that I'm going to have to make any kind of changes on. Well, I appreciate it, John, but yep, there is a couple more things that I do want to go ahead and make a quick little add-on real quick. Which is on the biasing circuit. But I will probably, for those of you that are night owls, I am going to go inside, get me a snack, give 3 a call, and then come back, see what we can't do as far as another amplifier. Like I said, I'll work on this tomorrow and get it tuned out, and then we'll do the final video, because I'm going to go ahead and do your radio tomorrow as well, and get that all knocked out. That way I can hopefully get everything finalized for you. That way, if you want, we can ship it, or we can wait until after the holidays, whichever you prefer. Thankfully, I've had, as long as it's not going to, where is that, Charles? Doggone it. Mississippi, you'll probably be okay. There is somebody in Mississippi that I think has it out for C beers. If Charles is still in there, he knows exactly what I'm talking about. Which, it doesn't matter what time of the year it is, they are insane. Just got a small amount of capacitance there. And another capacitor. This does a couple different things, one of which is it helps hold everything in place. Is one of the things. The other side of that too is it takes care of any kind of hash that comes in off of the feed line. Now I've still got to wire up for the DC. I'll replace this switch and do some other small cosmetic changes as well. I can get this crazy thing to do just that. One of the nice things too is where the resistors are kind of up here instead of across like you normally see them. It actually helps in one particular format. Number one, you're getting partial contact, even though I used a thin piece of adhesive tape basically to hold everything in place during the assembly. But what it also does is it makes contact with the copper board, which will also help wick away some of the heat. And with your fan, since your fan has to come up all the way up to the front, you don't wind up with dead airspace like in some cases back here. You'll actually wind up with a cavitation where you have dead airspace. So that's one of the nice things about putting them up here. I have seen people mount back here. It does work. There's not a problem with it, other than one of the things that Luke had made mention, which is airflow. That is the key to keeping anything functioning, is your airflow. So that's one of the things that we want to make sure happens, is that this also sees air. So since everything has to come to the front before it goes back to the back, you're guaranteed that there's going to be physical air movement go across your resistors and keep those cool during your sideband escapades. So, like I said, that's actually very, very important. But alrighty, guys, I think we're right there at that point where, like I said, we're going to call it a night on this one. I've got another one that I'll probably, it's 11 o'clock. I got another one I'm going to get started on. I don't know if I'll finish it tonight, given the time, but I want to get it opened up, see what it needs, and go from there as far as the next repair. So I don't think I've got to order anything because it shouldn't need any transistors, but we'll go from there. All right, guys, you take care. God bless. We will catch you on the next video coming up.